Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's stream. Continuing on the Advent of Svelte journey. What up, Benno? Welcome back. Good to see you again. So I had some revelations last night while I was laying down and going to sleep that we can, and I wanted to confirm it this morning. So I was doing a bit of research, and there is a library called HTML to Canvas. And basically, again, allows you to take screenshots with JavaScript. Let me is this music? Is there music playing for you all right now? Whoops. Can you all hear me? Let me know how those music levels are compared to my voice and stuff. What's up, Aravines? Heiko, what's up? How's everybody doing today? So I stream from a Mac, so unlike my Windows PC I used to stream from, I have to use like a different I had to get a new mic, or I had to get a new mix amp because the one I had didn't have supported software for Mac. And that one came with like, what do they call them? Like loopbacks for audio, where I could pretty much make different channels and stuff or different sources. And I have to use this app now, and it looks like this. It's not a bad app, but like I just wish it was like a normal window, you know? Because it's weird. You can't like, it has like resizing constraints and stuff. It's just kind of weird. So I want to be able to like make it small and like put it somewhere, but it's like this big. And I can't resize it, I don't think. Oh, maybe I can. But then it like, it's not responsive, right? It just gets smaller. But I guess this is better for me. So anyways, last night I was trying to like do some crazy stuff with Canvas and like images. I'm sorry to hear that, Heiko. I apologize. I can't stream earlier. Well, I could, but I can't during the week because I have a job. But yeah, so someone had mentioned, yeah, I know. I feel bad. I do want to stream weekends earlier, but also too, like I hit my peak productivity at like, I don't know, 2, 3 p.m. usually. I'm not a morning person. Usually through the morning, I'm just still just kind of takes me until 10 o'clock, maybe 11 to where I feel like I'm sharp. And in the evenings, I feel like I'm the most productive from around 5 to midnight or so. I start drifting downhill after that. But someone had mentioned in chat yesterday, if we could use, why don't we just use like, do we have to use the Canvas API? And the reason I was wanting to do that was so I could export it out, right? I could be able to save the image or whatever. But there's this library here called HTML to Canvas, which basically, it just returns a promise. You give it an element, and it returns a promise with a canvas of that element. And then you can just use that to like create an image and then allow the user to download it. So in this case, we can just use absolute positioning on the different stickers and stuff. And just so everybody's tracking, we're building this thing out here. And I've never made something like this before where you can like drag little things on a, whatever you would call this, card or canvas. So I was just messing around with the Canvas API. It was kind of over my head a little bit just because I've never messed with it. But this thing has a lot of different configurations. So I know for a fact we're going to have to use this cores thing here as false or true, because we're going to be using images because they gave us images. Hey, Rizvan, what's up? And so I deleted all the stuff we had yesterday, and we're kind of starting fresh today. There is supposed to be music playing in the background, is there not? Interesting. Give me a sec here. Sorry, guys. So what's interesting here is like you can see this, right? Like clearly it's outputting this to my stream mix. This is what was happening yesterday with the whole can you all hear it now? Let me know if it's too loud. Up, down. Song isn't really a good it's a good volume? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so anyways, what I want to do is have tone it down a bit. Okay. Right now. Because I hear it differently through my headset than you all hear it, because I listen to it much. Oh, you don't notice a difference? Okay, hold on. How about this? Let me actually play a song. Hold on. All right, awesome. So we're just going to like drag the elements around, drag actual images around, and then whenever the user wants to export it, should they want to, we can just convert that container or that frame, whatever we're going to call it, into an image and allow them to download it. So it's a link here. 1 to 11 inclusive. We'll just like do one at a time. So we'll just do one image, and we're gonna have a div. I know this is going to be relative. We can make this like 1280 by 720 or something. Just so it's like, I don't know. It sounds like the right thing to do to me, at least. I will add a border. And we'll also give this a different background color. give it like a muted color. It's going to look kind of ugly for a Christmas card, but whatevs. And then we'll have like the images inside of it. It's not exactly what we want to do, Copilot, but okay, so I just want to see that this is actually doing what I want it to. Whoops. Okay, so we get a snowflake in here. What is border border? That's just a variable that's set. It's just like a border color that we use. It's a border color. Yeah, it's kind of unintuitive, but I guess like what else do you name this? Like you want to use it for borders, but you have to prefix it with border. Okay, so what we should be able to do is we should be able to move this thing around within this frame here. It seems like the border color isn't even applying. Let's just do border white. Okay, I guess that's a bit yeah, this is fine. We'll leave it like this. Does it? Not sure if that's true, but it might be. Now we actually have a border color here. Border primary would be the primary color. Unless they're the same color, which in that case, I just don't care. 0089. Yeah, it's not the same color, at least not here. Alrighty, so we're gonna have like more than one image, right? But for now, we just want to be able to reposition this thing. Okay, so we're gonna have events that'll go on each image, right? We'll also have so on the image itself, we're gonna have the pointer down, which it's going to essentially register as, hey, this is the currently act, because we could have like 20 different snowflakes in there. And then we're just going to be listening to the other pointer events on this div. So pointer move and then also pointer up and pointer leave, things like that. We'll listen to these out here. So I really like doing this. So we'll have a class called frame. I was going to call it canvas, but I feel like that'd be confusing. And so this is where we're going to, I guess, be able to keep track of all the different images or the state of this container thing. So we'll have, for sure, we're going to have a so eventually we're going to want to export this thing. Sorry about the flashbang there. And when we go to use this, we're going to want to actually pass the whole, not the whole document body, but just that frame. And that'll be triggered by like a button click, like generate image or something, right? And so we can have like a like frame, frame L. And this will be HTML element or null, starting out with null. And then we'll also have the element that we're currently dragging. This will be the same thing. And what's nice is we should be able to just use this as like our state to determine if we're actually dragging something or not, because whenever we mouse up or pointer up, we're going to set this to null. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Yeah, this should be okay. But we're probably going to want to like componentize this. That way we can like, because what we want to do is be able to like get a reference to this without having to go something like, if we had a bunch of images, right? We want to be able to get a reference for each one of them so that whenever we, maybe we don't need to do one like that actually. But maybe we do. We'll see. Okay, so let's just do. Let's try to think about what other things I want to do with this. Let's also have a sticker class. It's going to have a reference to its element. Because like maybe we want to resize, maybe we do more things. And the constructor, it's also going to have a reference to the parent frame. So we'll say frame is going to be of type frame. And this shouldn't have to be reactive or anything like that, because it's going to be a reactive object in and of itself. So all we have to do is just pass in like the frame. Okay. So now that we have, and you're going to see here, so since we're passing the frame in, we could have like we could obviously do something like initialize a class and then try to initialize a sticker. Sorry, we'll try to initialize a frame, then try to initialize a sticker, and then pass that frame to it. Or we can just add a method to the frame to create a new sticker. So we can say create sticker. And this will return new sticker and then just pass itself into it. And why is sticker a state? You mean here? This is going to be reactive. It's going to move around. This element, I don't know if we're going to want to resize it potentially. And we can add like controls and stuff for that in here. It just gives us a bit more flexibility. So on mouse or pointer down, we'll just do pointer down. I think that's the modern mouse down because it covers all pointing devices. What we're going to want to do is we click on this. It's going to set the frames dragging L to this, right? So, and current target. Yeah, so this dot frame dot dragging L is equal to e dot current target. So now the frame will be aware that we are currently dragging something. So how do we cancel that now is the question. So when a pointer down happens on top of a sticker, we're going to assume it's dragging. As soon as a pointer up happens anywhere within the frame itself, we're going to clear that dragging element so that we're not dragging anymore. So then we can do something like, and then yeah, I'm gonna have to do a type for this as well. Let's just say frame pointer event. That's fine. This could be a div. It could be pretty much any HTML element. It doesn't matter. And we'll have a on pointer up frame pointer event. So on pointer up, we're just going to set this to null. So on pointer down, we're setting this, but on pointer up, we're going to set it to null. Okay. And then on pointer move, we're basically going to update the dragging elements positioning or its style properties. Based on where the mouse is at that point in time. And I want to say we're gonna have to do some more stuff. I know for a fact we're gonna have to grab, because we need like the offset of when the image first gets clicked, so we can keep the same position. So like, for example, if we just do this here on pointer move. First of all, let's just do if not this dot dragging element. We're just gonna return. We're not dragging anything. But if we just modify this straight up to the client X and client Y, it's gonna be ugly. Now let's see this. It might actually help if I actually apply these classes. So let's make another component called sticker.svelte. This will just make our lives easier. And I guess we'll just take what HTML image attributes, and we'll also have a frame. And then we'll have like sticker is frame.create sticker. So we're going to pass this to the prop from that parent component. And this is going to initialize a new sticker. And then, so sticker has an element, right? We don't necessarily need this reference here, but I think we might want it. So if we do want it in the future, we can use it. And to do that, all we have to do is something like image source. We'll just pass all the props here. Position, or I'm sorry, absolutes. And then bind this equals, I think we should do sticker.l. Can I use actions? I could use that, but it's not a matter of, so this isn't just necessarily like a drag and drop zone type of situation. This is, I want to be able to move this anywhere on this canvas. So it's just, you could use actions for that, yes. But I find this to be a bit cleaner and easier to keep track of all of the state, because I would need to have actions. Yeah, I just like, I really like this way that Svelte 5 introduced a lot better. It just feels like much more controlled, and like I'm not bouncing around the 10 different files to figure out what the hell is going on over here. Because I mean, you gotta think about it, like this scope here is basically like a script tag. You could think of it as that, right? And so normally you might have, if you had a bunch of different various components, you'd have to be bouncing around all these different components to figure out, okay, what happens when this gets clicked, or what happens when this gets clicked. I can just pass, I know what the events are that are being applied to the frame and what events are being applied to the sticker right here. So I can just kind of debug and troubleshoot right away. So one thing we could do to like make this, which I mean, you could rename these like this. But if we're actually making like a component here, the one thing I would want to do, so I would have, let's see here. This would be HTML div or HTML attributes, HTML div elements right now. And since we're going to be applying our own events, what I've done with, let's see here. If I show you all bits UI, what version? Am I running the Svelte 5 branch? Yes, I am. So if we go to, what is it? The accordion maybe has it. So this is like the accordion, Svelte 5 accordion for bits UI. It's not using Melt UI. So I pretty much took the logic from Melt UI and just was seeing, is it possible just using classes and components? One thing that may be challenging from a Melt perspective is like, we kind of need those actions to have a reference to the element. Whereas here, since this accordion has, I have access to this div, I can do things with it, right? But this is kind of a more complicated one because we have like single and multi-state. So we kind of have like a base state. Then we also have single state, which basically just converts the value into an array and then handles like the toggling behavior differently. But maybe the collapsible is a better example. Yeah, so collapsible is a bit better of an example here. So like this is like the collapsible in and of itself. Okay, so you can see here I'm taking like an on open change, and I'm also accepting down here on the trigger, we have like a props on click. And what we can do here is we can pretty much compose these event handlers to where we can execute like the user's, if I go to the collapsible trigger. So here, if they try to pass an on-click function to this, I'm going to grab it here and pass it into this trigger, right? And then what I'm doing is basically combining those two so that if they call prevent default inside of their custom handler, we stop all of our behavior as well. And that's just this function here, basically just calling their function, then calling whatever function comes after that. And it just takes an array of handlers. I could pass more than 1, 3, 10, whatever. Yeah, it is reusable this way, Heiko. That's what's cool about it. So here, since I want to know if they have, I guess it doesn't matter in this case here. We're just going to leave this be, but we are going to create a new frame. So, right. And then we can bind this equals frame dot, what is it? L or frame L. Frame L. Maybe I should just name this L, but still a bit ahead from me. Hey, Joseph, take care. Okay, so then we also have events. Now, technically we have a reference to the frame. We could potentially add event listeners that way. But we also have like the event. So we can do on pointer up, or yeah, on pointer up is frame.on pointer up. And on pointer move. Yeah, that should be good there. And then we'll get rid of this. We'll just add the sticker in here like this. So eventually we're going to have an array, which I got to figure out how I'm going to handle that. But where a user can just like click on a button and it puts a sticker in there, they can move it around. Maybe they can delete it. But at the very least, adding and rearranging stickers is like the goal here. And so sticker is just taking a frame. So a reference to our state up here. We could also prevent having to get a prop by doing like setting the context as well. And so since this will only ever be instantiated instead of a component, we really could just handle this in the constructor of the frame. So okay. So here, we're setting the context of frame. I guess this is fine. Trying to think about how I want to do, like how I could also handle this that way, but I guess, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter too much, but maybe we just go with the prop. This is I'm kind of making it more complicated on myself than it needs to be. So we pass the frame down to the different stickers, and then we're able to initialize a sticker from that frame. And then this also has events. So this has, what do we say? On pointer down. Sticker dot on pointer down. We also need to pass the like source. Okay, so as you can see, when I click on this thing now, we can log some of these values out. Basically, client X and client Y are like relative to the whole window, rather than just the container that we care about. So when we click on this, we need to store where on that element did we click. So that way when we drag, it doesn't move the element. It moves the element, but it doesn't move it in relation to our mouse pointer. Our mouse pointer stays in the same spot. So if I start clicking here in the center and drag, it jumps over there. It should stay right where my pointer is at. And so we can look at this real quick. So let's just say event.client X. We can also get the offset. So when I click on this in the center, we can see that the client is 300, 175, but then the offset is 47 by 52. So if I actually let's just add a pointer move to this as well. Okay, so now we're going to see down here that offset is relative to the element itself. So if I go all the way up here, this is like an actual PNG. So this is still part of it. It has like its box. If we hover over it, it goes up here, right? And so maybe I should like do top 5 right or left 5 here as well, just to kind of get it away from the corners. So as I move, I don't know if you all can see this or not. Let me so as I move closer to its corner, we're going to see we get closer to 0, 0. So the top left corner, right? If I actually stay in here. So I'm all the way to the left right now of it. If I go up, I'm getting really close to, like, you know, my hand. You get the idea here, right? So we need to store that. Because then when we move it, we're going to be positioning it based off of something. We need to know, essentially, we need to subtract off what part of the image that we clicked on. Let me see here. Let me zoom back out. This is kind of, so we shouldn't need that anymore at the moment. So when we click it, we're going to keep that in the frame because we're going to be handling those events up here. So this is what's nice about things like this that wouldn't be possible. It would be possible, but it'd be a pain in the ass with components. Is like I'd have to have a prop that, you know, binds two-way binding so I can set this value up there in the frame. So we'll just have an offset X and then an offset Y. And I think we should be able to subtract this rect. So we should be able to do something like exactly this. So we're taking the positioning and subtracting the rect.left and the rect.top from wherever it's at on the client at the moment. And then then we're going to subtract this again from when we actually start to drag it. So let me just see if this actually is doing what I think it's doing. So I could be wrong here about this, but my understanding is like client is on the whole window or maybe the body or document, whereas offset is in relation to whatever thing is handling that event, I think. So here, if we do a pointer move and we console log, we'll do client and offset again here for the pointer or for the container this time. So we can see here, offset is much less than client. So as I get closer to this corner here, and so like basically when we start clicking, we're going to have an offset. We're going to have the client's offset, subtracting the left of the rect, and then also offset Y subtracting the top. So then here, we shouldn't need to get another rect. We should be able to just do new X. I think this is wrong, but let's just see. Oh, whoops. This is pointer up. So usually I can just tell based on where it's at. So we just change this to new X and new Y. So we can see it kind of like jumped, right? So we're missing something. And what we're actually missing is the offset for this. So we have the client X. We also need to subtract the offset for this container. Offset X. Okay, so now it's spazzing out. Okay, so it's trying to do something here. So we can see here, this is obviously like it's shooting it. It's too much, right? So we know because as soon as we drag, it goes way to the right. So we're not subtracting something, or something is messed up here. Client X minus rect.left, rect.top. I don't think I also need the damn offset in here, do I? Maybe I do. Okay, that's definitely not it. Offset X, offset Y. We're setting that. So I guess we could just look and see. Well, I can already see. Basically, we need much less X and much less Y. So we're missing something here. Okay, so this is like buggy as hell, but it's doing what we essentially want it to do, kind of. So you can see here that, you know, we can move it. It should not work like this, but something's bugging out here. I'm missing something. I know I am. I feel like this is going to be wrong, but let's just see. Okay, so it's when I try to... Anybody out there have experience with this? That's way off. Okay, so... Set the state to 0 whenever I... Wait, what does it say? YouTube defaults to 140p on mobile for live stream videos. Yeah, I know, it's annoying. Even if you use the app, it still does that. Cool. So it seems like it's like close to working, but it's like bugging out. Wait a second. Is that why I was bugging? Hold on. Hey, what's up, Jackson? Ryan, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we were getting like, I was being an idiot and getting an offset of like as I'm moving around. Okay, so thanks guys, appreciate it. Well done, you moved the shape. I play like a little kid. When he finally puts the circle, he stops putting the circle inside of the, trying to put the circle in the triangle hole. Okay, we have a snowflake. Now what do we do with this? Okay. So I guess we should add a way to create more snowflakes or more different images. So maybe I add like a little toolbar up here, you know? So my thing is like, how am I going to... Because basically what I want to do is just have like, I guess what does it add to an array? Maybe it can add the URL. I feel like I did this yesterday and it like broke everything. Okay, so if I have a button, I'm trying to see how I can add more than one thing and see if I can move them around independently. Okay. I'm not really too sure how to, I guess I can just represent it by sources maybe. I don't know. Let stickers this could be an array of strings and we'll start it with like nothing to begin with. I'm just wondering how this is going to behave because of what I'm doing. Each stickers as sticker. And then I guess we could just we'll just store like this the source, I guess. Using Svelte 5? Yes, I've been doing all of these admin Sveltes in Svelte 5. Just to get a hang for it, and it's nicer and so we can add like a button for now, just like add a new. I mean, potentially we could like encapsulate the stickers inside of the frame, which is probably what I would end up doing. So I don't have some state here, some state there, but for now we'll just do this. Stickers.push math.floor math.random times, what is it, 11 inclusive. So this shouldn't give me anything higher than 11. I don't think. I could be wrong though. And then for the on click, we'll just do add new shape. Faster. Oh, whoops. Add new shape. Just gonna add a random one for the time being. Damn it. I guess this is like we'd have to wait. It'd be nice if I actually got the image URL. What did I do wrong? Oh, it wants a freaking number. I was wondering, I was like, I thought I set this up to be a number so I didn't have to do this, but yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay. Ooh. Not sure what this one was supposed to be. Maybe maybe this can possibly give us 12. Can this possibly give me 12? I thought this gives you a number between 0 and 1. Flooring this times 11 should never go above 11. Yeah, so maybe it just had a bad load or something. I like how all these little images were designed for light mode and so they look weird. Yeah, you're right. I could check the tab, huh? See what failed. 404. Zero. Oh. So I guess how can I do 1 in between 1 and this? It's 0. It's because it's writing down to 0. There's no way this is gonna work, is it? I'm always getting the same one. One plus mat.floor. Oh. I guess it makes much more sense. And then set the limit to times 10. Nice. Okay. So there we go. We now have this thing. Not really too sure what you can call this, but it's a frame where you can create your own Christmas cards. Now we can use this to convert this thing to a canvas. And then I think there's a isn't like canvas to download. Oh, of course it's gonna give me all this stuff. To data URL. Exports. Now we need to do something. We need to export this. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to convert this into a frame or a canvas. Sorry, I don't know why I said frame. Convert this into a canvas and then just allow the user to download like an image of this card. And we should be able to use, actually I just installed that before I started the stream. So we have HTML to canvas. Already have this. So now it's just a matter of converting that canvas into or converting that frame, the frame div into a canvas before, or when the user clicks on a button, and then giving them a download link or just straight up downloading it. No, it's not in a canvas. No. It's going to get put there though. Right now. So I should also probably handle a pointer leave because I don't know what will happen right now if I just drag this thing outside of the box. Oh, hell no. Yeah, that's not good. I guess I should probably clear the offsets and stuff too. Just, oh, I didn't actually apply the event. Okay, so I just need to fix the overflow, I think. Yeah, okay. It's not like when you try to go up here, it's gonna get like stuck, but it's not the greatest UX because like I have to come back in here and grab it again, but I'm not gonna spend too much time on that at this second. Because technically I didn't let go over here. I'm still dragging, so it like what I would want to happen is for it to like stop here. Maybe you want to like slide some stuff off the edge though, I guess. So maybe I don't do that and just leave it as is. This looks so stupid right now. It's fine. I think one of these is like what, screen something. Okay. Nice. Okay, so exporting, let's do that. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I'm gonna need access to whatever image, but I don't even need this URL for this part. I'm just gonna grab the whole canvas. So export image, I guess we can call this. Oh, so I guess we could also... Oh, this is really nice, actually. Okay. So I guess we'll just do, if not this dot frame L, we'll just return. And then I think we could just make it await. So canvas wait HTML to canvas this dot frame L. And then for these options, we need to use course to be able to use images inside of this. Do we want a link? I guess what I would think is like show some like loading indicators and then just have it download that thing right away. But I guess before we get ahead of ourselves, let's just do this here. Oh, I didn't even freaking... Jesus. These shadows look so bad on this dark canvas. Let's see here. And then this should set the href should be this URL. Can we just straight up call click like this in here? I thought I had to turn it into an image first. Maybe not. All right, it worked. That's all I have to do. That's pretty nuts. I thought I was gonna have to actually create a whole new image from this thing. And then, okay. So now I guess we could add our different shapes, our different like sticker options, right? Well, first of all, I'm just doing a random one here though. So I guess this can stay scoped here, or this can stay inside of the component. But I guess it doesn't have to. Why are you mad at me now? Oh, it's because Copilot is an idiot. Okay, cool. So now I want to be able to render out like all the little stickers, like a toolbar of some sorts, kind of where this add new shape button is right now. is it? Okay. So obviously we don't want to do index 0. So we'll go I plus 1. And that should get us to 1 to 11. So let's just put this image in here. I don't know how this is going to look, but oh, whoops. I plus 1. Okay. Not the best looking buttons, but I guess we could do it on the side here too, but ultimately, again, I think we're okay. We could also do like a filter thing instead of doing this ghost. How the hell do you do like a filter in Tailwind? I know there's a I thought I could do, maybe I just change the opacity of the image. Instead of doing this whole, I guess we can keep the button here. Oh yeah. New version of Tailwind out. I was using Svelte too. I guess I wasn't. Every time I update Prettier plugin Tailwind, it breaks everything in my app. Tailwind 3.4. Yep, everything else is fine. Beat 5. Yep. These are just my package.json actually, so I probably actually have the right things here, but Hey, what's up, Polygot Coder? Oh, the Polygot Coder. Sorry, I'm hard at reading. No, it's not. It's not quite there yet. So with Tailwind 3.4, you can use size. So size 12, it's height and width 12. Part of me really wants to get like different icons here, but appreciate that. Tailwind's very necessary for me, Chris. It's very, very, very necessary because this button here, you see this? I can't scope style this from out here. My scope styles up here don't bleed down into that button. For me, they're very necessary. You can use global styles, of course, but then what's the point of having scope styles if you're just going to use global everywhere? I look at Tailwind as the best of both worlds when it comes to components. If you have hard requirements of how your component should look and only want to have like a specific variation and don't want everyone to allow anybody to override them, then it's scope styles are probably fine. I just like Tailwind better. I'm not good at either or CSS or Tailwind CSS, but if I had to choose one. Okay, so now when we click on this button, if I'm building an app with 10K daily users, hey Jackson, take care. The VOD will be up later if you want to catch up later. No worries. Jamelo, that's gonna that depends on a lot more than just how many users you have. Like for example, if you were running something like Notion, where every time I like move my cursor around, you're basically updating a database every single time I type a letter or delete a letter. Obviously, that's going to be a lot more like DB intensive as far as how many writes are happening. So do you already have 10,000 daily users? Just go with what you feel is right and just put it in an auto scaling group if you're expecting, like if you're doing a massive marketing campaign or something. Might cost you a bit, but or lose the traffic. I guess what costs more, then you figure out that way. Or just get the biggest instance they have and then just measure the average usage of it over the period of a month. That's bad advice. Don't actually do that as a joke. Okay, so I think everything here is good. Shit. I actually have a video on setting up Influx TV on my channel. Actually, that whole a stack that can literally allow you to monitor all this stuff. If you actually wanted to do that. Yeah, Jamel, you could also like go quote unquote serverless / pay for what you use for a bit and just see. Like, are you using AWS right now directly, or are you using like a droplet or something? Okay, so I think this kind of does what we want it to do, right? I mean, I always try to do that with spans and it never works. Actually, I don't think margin or padding works with spans like that. These stickers are so ugly on dark mode. Part of me wants to like make this better, but yeah, you can create a Christmas card here. You could also allow them to change the background color too. I don't really I thought about maybe adding the ability to write on here, but I have no clue. Like just type some text, but might be outside the scope of what I want to accomplish with this. And this is not centered. Okay, so let's just export it with a bunch of stickers on it. Why are you yelling at me? Ugh. This is not accurate though, so I'm gonna ignore this. I get it, but here's the deal, Svelte ally. When I click on an image, it does something. When I click and hold, I guess maybe. Okay, fine, you win. This should also probably be like a toolbar, but exporting this, let's see. Very nice. Absolutely beautiful. Never seen a prettier looking image in my life. Okay, one last thing I want to do is allow users to change the color. I wonder. All right, this is still in progress of melt. I think it's like close to being done. Pending review. And these merge conflicts, but this is what it's going to look like. It's pretty nice, right? And this isn't, I didn't build this. This is headlet. This is somebody else. This is, I feel like an astronaut. Benny. Didn't forget your name, Benny, if you're watching this. Benny me. No, I've helped a lot with melt. Just not this component here. It's not this builder. Yeah, I've contributed quite a bit to melt. But Thomas is like the you know, like the main maintainer. Or the owner of the project. Is YouTube the job? I wish. No, not quite. I wish YouTube was the job. I have a job. And I just do this in my free time. But I don't have any hobbies outside of this though, so it might, you know, it's it'd be sad, but it's fun to me. So yeah, so we have these coming out soon, which are again using Canvas, so hence why I didn't do these. I have no clue what all went into them, but I imagine it was actually a good bit of code. Oh, nice. Hey, Yogan, that's great to hear, honestly. That is great to hear. Wait, oh. It's a 1,000-line diff. Yeah, there's a lot of, I was hoping this was already here, but I guess we can do one like with just native HTML, right? Like, isn't there like a color picker input or something like that? Jesus, man. Why don't any of these systems like detect your theme, you know? What is this? Oh, okay. Guess I'll just put it up there beside these other ones. Whatever. That's what I do. I end up in like div hell here. I guess this could actually be a label. Um, I think this will work. Okay. Likely not. Oh, it does work. Wow. How do I set that default value that's there by default? I mean, I guess. This feels a bit more Christmassy, eh? Not sure what this is supposed to be. It's like a spider or something. Let me export this. We get a nice green thing. Very well. Is this day 12? Yeah. Okay, this should be good for this challenge here. Could definitely extend this and like make it cooler, but what's up next? Another jingle bell balancer. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Like 3 minutes tops. And we'll move on to 2.0 Jingle Bell Balancer. I was supposed to go to the break screen. It's okay. Okay, we're back. Almost forgot to feed my dogs. Thankfully, my lovely lady is watching the stream and ever so gently reminded me right before I came back from the break. Got an email. Oh yeah. What? So what happens when you full send update all your dependencies like I just did? Like an idiot. Oh. Where does this come from? This comes from like Beat plugin Svelte or something like that. That's what I get. Well, if I can ever start my dev server again, we'll be back in business. Alrighty. Got load balancer 2.0. Hey, I appreciate that, Vallo. Thank you. Thanks a ton. Okay, so this is Jingle Bell Bouncer 2.0, which basically is we're not doing any like more manually adding things. We're just gonna using a list of 10,000 children. We're just gonna automatically put it into different sleighs or sleds. Sleighs? I think a sled is different than a sleigh. Sleighs pulled by reindeer. Sleds are just things you go down hills on when you're a kid. So for this, I mean, like optimal selection of presents would just be, I guess we're just gonna like smash it. Like we're just gonna sort it from high to low. And then when it gets full, we move on to the next sled and so on and so forth. Doesn't make sense to like evenly distribute this because then we could end up with a bunch more trips. And they don't necessarily say they want like even loads. Hello? Where my snippets at? Okay, so I guess we could sort it on server side in this case here, I guess. Makes sense, why not? I guess I can just straight up sort this. From high to low. I think this will be fine. This... I guess we could also, I mean, hell... Probably thinks we just do this all here. I guess the sleigh will just be like... So obviously we want to keep track of... Maybe we should move this into a function. Let me think about this for a second. So obviously we have to go through each one of these items in this list, and then we need to increment something, right? A count of some sort to keep track of the load. When that next item's weight puts the load at over 100, we basically need to start over again. We need to start a new sleigh. Hey, I appreciate that, Chris. Very kind words. So maybe we just do something like this. We just do like get sleigh loads. So we'll have I guess we can just do this all in here. Let's not make this an annoyance for myself. Maybe this is the best way to do it, I guess. No, because it's not going to be a... Yeah, I guess it's going to be an array of present arrays. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. But... So here, what we basically do is we're going to see if the current weight, obviously for the first one, it's not going to be an issue, but if cur weight plus, if present dot weight plus cur weight is greater than 100, then this means we basically need to reset the sleigh load. But before we do that, we need to push that sleigh load into the sleigh loads. So let's just do cur load to make this less confusing here. So this is ultimately what we're going to try to return. Just an array of arrays. Maybe there's a better data structure for this, but for now that just makes the most sense in my head. Basically, we're going to have multiple loads of loads, essentially. Multiple loads of presents. Okay, so if the present weight plus the current weight is greater than 100, then we're going to push the current load into the sleigh loads and then reset these. Okay. So that'll happen regardless. In this case, like they shouldn't ever have a load over, they shouldn't ever have a present over 100. So I don't think this order of this matters too much. I think this is it, all I have to do. Okay, so we're getting a sorted list of presents by weight, high to low. We are setting like a temporary load and temporary weights. But I guess here at the end, though, what I need to do is if cur load length is greater than 0, sleigh loads that push cur weight. Or I'm sorry, cur load. Because like let's say the last one that was like half full or whatever, then we wouldn't have had an opportunity here to actually push it into the main sleigh loads. And I think this will work. This we'll find out, right? Won't we? Get sleigh loads. Data. Okay, and then what we're gonna have is we're gonna have a table. And I'm just gonna like list all the loads. I hate when I do that. Is it header? I can't remember what the hell what this thing is named. This is actually what. Yeah. Okay. We can just give it like a number, so we can just have like load or load ID or something like that. Total weight or total presence, total weight. We'll start there for now. Not gonna get too crazy here. Okay, so we can have a table.body, which will basically do this, but not so messed up. Table cell. We don't actually have an ID, so we're gonna use the index for that. Nor do we have actually anything. Wait. Why did I do an array of arrays? Why did I do an array of arrays? Someone tell me why I just did that. Why I did an array of arrays. I guess I was imagining I would have to like render out all the different things. I guess if I had to render out each thing inside of that array, then that'd be okay. But this is just gonna be like, I don't think I even need to like. I think I can just do this. Because basically, all I need is just the first level. Wait, route reduce. Am I missing something here? Dude, I hate doing this down here in this template because it never has hello? Is exactly what I was trying to do. I guess this is right. Shit, but actually maybe this isn't optimal. Like, actually, I feel like this could be more like optimally balanced. Because like there's a high chance inside of this 52 here, we have a 4. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rico. I really appreciate that. I'm sure there's like an algorithm or something that I'm supposed to know for this. So like, so here, for example, where's the 96? 96. Let's just, for example, okay, I was right. Yeah, so like these leftovers here, right? So 3.5 can fit in this, it can fit in this, it can fit in this, it can fit in a lot of these. So rather than just being a lazy slob here, how about we actually do this the right way? So I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. So I guess at this point in time, right, we have the arrays pretty much smashed, right? They're all in. We already have all the arrays. Now, this last array is what's going to have all the leftovers. At least I imagine that to be the case. So like, I guess we could loop over. So this just gets like the stuff, or the main stuff. We have like that last array there. We'll have, well, potentially like maybe the last couple arrays. That's the problem. Is basically I mean, I guess like I could work backwards whenever I run into this predicament here. But as far as like time complexity, I'm not sure if that's the optimal approach here for this one here. So like in this case, right, if we hit this limit, right, we're so far in the list, we're so far on the way right now, we could potentially work backwards, I suppose. In the slay loads array. And see if it can fit anywhere in there. Does that make sense? Anybody have any better ideas? Like seeing has anywhere that it's been so far, has it been able to fit in anywhere it's been so far? But I feel like that's going to add quite a bit of complexity to this, because every single one it has to go through like you think about this for a second here. Like here, if this hits, if this is over 100, rather than just resetting it here, we could basically check the current slay loads. No, this is going to become a nightmare for me. That's not what I want to do. I mean, actually, this might be better. Because then I'm just checking the loads and I don't have to like iterate over the entire array to calculate the weight every time. So maybe this is actually what I want to do. I just gotta make sure I update the weight after the fact. Yeah, it's 100. It's 100 kgs per sleigh. The load balancer 1.0, I guess, is this one. It's like an extension of that, so I imagine it's the same idea. But obviously, like it just says optimal amount of trips. I think it doesn't really give precise instructions, but what I imagine is like we should have as little amount of trips as necessary. So fully utilizing the space of the sleigh, not worrying about the wear and tear potentially with heavier loads. So really, yeah, no worries. Yeah, so let me just think about this. So, because like in this case, if we keep just an array of loads like this, and I can look at the weights, it's going to be sorted. I really don't even really know if I even need this. But I'll keep it there just for now. Okay, so let's see here. So now our sleigh load is going to turn into an array of sleigh load instead of this. And okay, so if present.weight incur weight is greater than 100, I want to do something else. I want to go back through the loads, the sleigh loads, and see if I can fit. Okay. Otherwise, because I don't want to. Okay, so I equals sleigh loads dot length -1, and we're gonna work backwards. Although I'm not really too sure if it matters too much what direction we work in, because I'm technically like not filling it up. I want to do this in a map filter and reduce. We'll see. We'll see, Jamie Ender. We'll see. Let me just think here for a second. I imagine you're talking about using a reducer at the end, adding up to find. Or are you talking about here? Reducing this. Okay, so go back through go back through the sleigh loads and see if I can fit. if so let me brute force this, and then we can talk about more optimal ways of accomplishing this. But I just need to brute force it first, or else I'm going to lose my train of thought here. If I have like 100 nested ifs here, send myself into a O of n cubed, or okay, so in this case here, how did I say it, honestly? If the sleigh load's weight plus the present weight is less than or equal to 100, then I want to push this present into that load. And I want to break oh, it's going to break this. No. This isn't going to break the conditional, is it? I don't think this breaks out of a conditional. It should break out of this loop. I think. I hope. Oh, Mike's doing you're drunk. Right? How do you not have a Mac Studio? Did I mention that? Or does it say it somewhere that I'm just not aware of? Where is that? I don't see it. Oh. Wow. Sorry. Fuck. Or F. Okay, so if not found, if we didn't find a sleigh load, then we want to reset this. We want to go ahead and reset this, right? So we'd say cur load dot, or I'm sorry, sleigh loads dot push Oh, actually, I already have the weight. Yes, this is fine. I think. Why is this not working? Oh. I only want to do this. I think my logic's all busted here, to be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. I think we're jacked up, but this definitely does not need. This needs to. I need to like continue. So maybe I just do if found continue. Why are you upset? Oh, yeah, I guess this doesn't have to be a let. I feel like this is definitely broken, but let's just see. Route.presence.length. One thing I know I forgot was the Am I actually? I swear I'm just literally, this is just what came to my head. I don't know how to name. Thought this was the worst fit algorithm because I can't figure it out. Okay. But I know what I'm trying to do here. So let me just restart restart this logic because I got kind of messed up in there a bit. And let me just rethink about this for a second. So we're basically going to go through each present. And that's funny. Yeah, unfortunately, those people that figured this out in 1970 were doing this shit on paper by hand. Okay. So if well, I guess what we should probably do is like move on quicker than like rather than going through and evaluating all this stuff, we should say if because basically I don't want to go through that whole thing I was trying to do up there if this is empty. So okay, so if current weight is plus present weight is greater than 100, well, I guess I was already checking that to see if sleigh loads was even had a length. It's greater than 100. Then we need to move on. Okay, so we pretty much need to move on from this here and move somewhere else. However, we need to first check if sleigh loads has somewhere in there that we could fit. So if sleigh loads dot length is if dot length, really, this is fine. Okay. And starting in reversed, load, sleigh loads I. Maybe I can do this. Okay. So we have the load. If load dot weight break. But I need to let this like scope out here be aware that I've found a match or not found a match. All right, so okay, so if the load out weight plus the present weight is less than or equal to 100, then we can go ahead and push it into that load. It's an object, so it should just be fine inside of there. Should update the object inside of this array, I think. I'm pretty certain. And then we're updating the weight. Then we're breaking out of this. Now, I don't remember if break only if you label it though. So it should break out of this for loop. I'm sorry, it should break out of this for loop here. And basically, we want to do that until while I is greater than or equal to 0. Okay, so now if sleigh load's length is not truthy or it's just 0, then basically we never ran this for statement here. This for loop. So we're going to take our current load and current weight and push it into the sleigh loads. But actually, I need to do the same thing if I didn't find a match in here. So maybe I don't else that. And instead use the found match as like my conditional here. So it's going to break from here. But as long as I don't put it inside of an else if or whatever. If not found match, sleigh loads.push. Okay, so this is the conditional for if we are overweight. If we're overweight and the sleigh loads we already have some loads there. I guess we're going to start in reverse. I'm not sure if it really matters what direction we start in. But we're going to go and look for a weight. And no, I'm not going to do I'm not going to use 2 pointers here. Obviously, that would be maybe quicker. Definitely quicker. We start at the beginning and the end and kind of just check them both and then move on. But I think it's just fine. We're already going above and beyond here. There's a vague question. Okay. So basically, if it iterates through all of this, it's never going to have a found match. So therefore, we can check and say, okay, if you didn't find a match, go ahead and take whatever is currently here without the current iteration, push it into the sleigh loads. And then what we'll do is we will do a cur load.push present cur weight. I guess I could just do it's fine. So I'm basically restarting this with what we currently have. Else, we're just going to do this. Hey, no worries. You're fine. That's null. You can create a new sleigh load. Find. I could do that, I guess. I'm just being like a caveman right now. What algorithm is find? Slightly slower, but it's probably worth it to clean all this up. I agree. But let's just see if this actually even works. So once we're done with all of this, once we're done with all the presents, if there's any presents remaining in there, then I guess at that point in time, all of those presents at that point in time, all of those presents would have had to evaluate all of the other options. So I think at that point, right, because before it even gets pushed, We're like checking everything that came before it to see if it could have possibly fit anywhere else. If it couldn't, then we get to the end. That last arrays things would have had to went through all the older ones and would have determined that it can't fit inside of them. So I think this is what I want to do. But I need to if curload.length. All right, this is much better. This is much, much, much better. Like, look at some of these. We have like 100. So I think this is maybe like, I guess we can see by just checking what's inside of this one, but I'm pretty sure we actually did it. Is it the most optimal? I don't know. Could be probably better optimized. We could use 2 pointers and start at the beginning and the end of the array and make it a little bit faster, but I think it would still be the same time complexity either way. So we can just stringify that last array, just see if there's anything that maybe it could have fit. I should probably sort this thing as well again. It's going to get out of sort, but I shouldn't sort it until the end. Yeah, this is going to kind of be nasty, but okay, 3.5 for all of these. Shit. Oh, actually, because... okay, we're good. Look at this. 3.5 does not fit in here because of this. Now, got a hard limit of 100. Down to the whatever decimal place this is. Cool, so I think our first load was like... I think the first time we ran this, like just by shoving everything into one array, I think it was like, how many arrays do we have? I just want to compare them real quick and just see. I think that's what I did the first time. Okay. So like some of these could fit here. But wait a second. Why is it such a... Why is it the same amount of loads? Is it? I mean, I guess we would only save it like a few loads maybe. But why does it only feel like... I thought it was the same. 602. Oh, okay. So we saved like 11 loads with this algorithm. Not bad. Not too shabby. This is fine. Leave it alone, Hunter. Leave it alone. You don't need anything else to it. You're fine. Okay, so now that we have our stuff being rendered here, we should probably, like, I don't know, paginate it. Yeah. Okay, so what we can do here is we can have, like, pretty easily make pagination by just saying like total pages, and let's say we want to show I don't know what's reasonable on a page. Like 15 or something, or 10 maybe. I guess 10 is like... So for this, we can do total pages is derived. Yep. Thank you, Copilot. But this is not the right equation. Should be just this. So we're dividing the length by 10 and rounding up so that we have that last page, even if it only has one like item on it. We'll have a current page, which we'll just keep track of. I guess we can leave this at 1. Or did I start at the 0th page? Now I need the total. This will correlate to that. And then we can just have, I don't know, current page loads. And this would take loads.slice, but we're going to slice from the current, well, hold on a sec. Slice is what? Start. So current, yeah, so current page actually needs to be 0. So we'll start at 0. But then I think total page is going to give us more. Let me just figure this out in a second. So current page loads is going to be current page times the loads per page. So let's do this. Loads per page. We'll default it to 10. Maybe this could be something we can customize. So then we'll do loads per page times current page. Loads per page. Okay. And then what we can do is if the current page is greater than 0, then we're going to be able to go backwards. If not, we're just not going to do anything at all. I feel like I need to subtract 1 from this, but we'll see. And so now instead of using like all the loads, we're just going to render out the current page loads. And then this is derived from the current page and loads per page. So okay. I'm just gonna move this just because it starts to get a bit messy. Start doing some data table stuff with pagination stuff. Okay, so this all still renders as we would expect. Okay. I kind of want to give them now I can just like use the actual load ID because I'm just using the index here. But if we're doing pagination, I want to actually be able to see like some random, yeah, that's what I was expecting to see. Okay. So now we can add like a little paginator. So we actually have Bits UI has a someone contributed a pagination component. Okay, well, this can actually do a lot for us, but we can just keep these like in sync with one another. So we could just do something like, was it counts? tdata.total, well, dot loads dot length per page. tdata dot what else do we have here at our disposal? That's it. So we'll see what this looks like. Okay, so oh. I think this will work. Oh, no, it does not. Okay, that's okay. What did I do? Oh, I think it's... Wait. Okay, so that doesn't work. One sec. Have I been off the camera the whole time? What the hell? Yeah, was my camera off like the past few minutes before just now when I turned it off? I'm not sure if I double clicked the button or if I was just no camming it the whole time. Okay, so what's happening here is something isn't working. Okay, cool. So am I doing something really silly here? Okay, so as soon as this is not 0, this breaks. Okay, so this should give us loads per page. If it's 10 times the current page is 1, it should start with 10 and give us 10 more. But it seems like it does not want to do that. It's an array of nothing. Why is that the case? This.loads.slice. This.loads per page. If this changes, we should reevaluate this, right? Kind of confused right now. The hell is that? That's really strange. Like, I feels like I can't even get to the first page or the second page. Like, I should be able to start at the second page. Just realized I haven't done this at all, even though this has nothing to do with it. Okay, I did do it that day. Wait. Okay, so I am in fact yeah, so the data is definitely there. I wonder if it's it should react to this though. I'm currently on page 5. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it has to do with this current page loads, of course. But why is this the case, though? Nothing. Am I just being dumb? Beginning index. Okay, so when I manually do it here, this is where it's fine. 592. So it should be this dot loads. Wait, why is Copilot tripping me out? Leave me alone. So starting, it's going to start with this dot current page times this dot loads per page. That's where it's going to start, right? Because if we're on page 3 and we're doing 10 a page, it's going to start at index 30. Okay. It should end at start plus this dot loads per page, I think. Okay, that I think works. So maybe I was just doing something stupid inside of the slice. I don't know. Either way. Now regrab that pagination component. Is it pagination or pagination? I always say pagination. Page. Oh, you guys probably can't hear this. Yeah, it's saying it the same thing, the same way I say it. But this is American. They also have a British. Well, they pretty much say it the same way. People will understand what you say. But I think with English is like, even if you say it in your own way, it's usually, nobody cares. Pagination, I would understand what you said it either way. So since we're kind of syncing this up with our own, I want to say this is going to start out at 1. At like page 1. Yeah, so page 1. So really, we should update our state here to kind of current page 1. So really, when we calculate this, we need to go current page minus 1 times this dot loads per page. But this should handle like disabling the end and whatever buttons for us. So then we can bind page this or tdata dot current page. what else do we have here? I didn't make this component, so, but it looks good so far. Per page, t data dot loads per page. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. Whoops. Okay. What did I do wrong? Okay. I'm not sure what the hell this is. Oh, this is those dots. The hell is this? Didn't re-export the type. That's annoying. What is the key? We gotta fix these types here on bits because we didn't re-export the melt type, so people that use our project have no clue what the types of this is. This kind of looks like garbage, but I need to style it a bit better. Is this an element? It is, okay. Shit. Maybe I make this a grid. Actually, no. I hate how these buttons are smaller, it looks like, but it's okay. All that matters to me right now is that it works. So, oh. And then we could also put like a last and first page button in here. I don't think we actually provide those components, but it's very easy to make. All we do is add our own button here. Okay, now we have these. I hate how these are bigger. Maybe it's the line height. What is it, leading? Maybe it's just a variant. I don't know. Is it just the fact that they look bigger, or are they actually bigger? That's the question. So looks can be deceiving. It kind of looks like they're bigger. It looks like... But I guess they're not. It just looks bigger because of the... Okay, and then inside of our table state, just extend this. This is what I love about bits and melt in general, is that like they give you enough to get started, and then but they also make it really easy to just extend and add your own things into. So we've already had that nice. We already have next page, previous page, and then all the pages in between. So now we can do first page. This.current page equals 1. And then I wonder if we could actually do something like this. One of the harder things for me has been figuring out like we shouldn't be, I think we could do this actually. We could do like derived, and then we could return an object. So we'd have disabled this.current page equals 1. Then on click this.first page. Oh, whoops. Last page button. Right? Which I guess in this case, my only concern with this would be if Svelte would yell at me, because that'd be... Actually, I wouldn't actually, I would just be passing the function. It wouldn't actually be the whoops. So here, then what I should be able to do is for this button here, whoops, should be able to just do tdata dot first page button. So as you can see, it's disabled right now because we're on that first page. If I go to the second page, it becomes re-enabled. It works. And then the last page also works. So this is like pretty powerful, right? As far as being able to like encapsulate, and then the event spreading is such a huge thing. Otherwise we'd have to have like a separate attributes and events. In this case, we can just kind of encapsulate it all here, which is super nice. Like, and then I suppose we should just make these a lot smaller. Just kind of having fun with this one right now, actually. So forgive me if this is getting boring. Height 10, width 10. I think we go to like 6 and 6 maybe. I don't know if it's going to override this. We'll find out, I guess. This is so new. It's a bit too small. And then we can make the text smaller as well. That looks pretty clean to me. That looks pretty nice. We can also do something like we can style it differently based on if it's the current page. I think there's probably a data attribute or attribute. What the hell did I just say? Data dash selected. So on this, we can do data dash selected, and this is going to be shit. I guess let's do this. Oh, whoops. Text primary foreground. There we go. Nice little paginator. This isn't quite accurate though. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, interesting. I may have actually a bug there because I'm on the last page, so this technically should be like 60. Whatever. For now, this is okay. I mean, look at this. Look how, like, could almost not get any better than this, you know? 4 leftovers. Not a single one could fit into the last bit. Feels weird being like that, so let's just leave it how it was, and that is our day 13 stuff. One sec. Has anybody here been to Silicon Valley or San Francisco in general? you're from there, I'm visiting. I'm not visiting. I am visiting slash I'm going for a work trip to NVIDIA HQ next month for a couple days. My work is sending me to an AI advisor's workshop or training of sorts. My first time there. Never been there. I lived in like South Orange County years ago for around 5 years, but I never went up north. So I'm excited. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know how much I guess I'm gonna have free time, but my girlfriend's coming with me, so we're gonna do some stuff, try to explore, but we'll see. Maybe. It's one of those, you know, the company's gonna pay for my flights out there, which is nice. So I can kind of choose when I want to fly. I think we're gonna fly out that weekend and stay through the week. Union Square, Japantown. Sausalito for sure. Oh, this looks nice. Wow. This kind of hurts a little bit, but yeah, it looks beautiful out there. What's the weather this time of the year over there? I remember in SoCal, it was always, like, even in the winter, I think the lowest would be like maybe 40s, 50s, 40s, 50s, depending on how far inland you were. Yeah, that's cool. I don't mind rain, to be honest. What is next? Yeah, I'm excited. Excited to check out NVIDIA's headquarters. Saw this article the other day. It was everybody that's been working in NVIDIA for like more than a couple years is so rich that they could all just quit. Was this Snowfall Symphony? Yeah, that's what's tough is like the job market there is good, but then, you know, there's always, I feel like there's always gotta be a trade-off in life, no matter what. Until you're at like a point where your career where you're extremely sought after and you can just, any company will just let you work wherever you want. Yeah, one of my best friends is from Seattle. He always speaks highly of it. They don't have state income tax there? Wow, I did not know that actually. I almost typed in Seattle as the state. Yeah. Wow. I live in Florida, so I don't have income tax either. I imagine but they end up making up for it with property taxes. So basically the best way to leverage or to take full advantage of a income tax free state is to not own real estate either, because they always make their taxes up in one way or another. But if I was renting right now, then I would really, I mean, I guess it would be kind of factored into my rent. But yeah. Snowfall Symphony, Snowfall Simulator. Okay. It's like one of those confetti type things, I guess, where it just goes on the page and just snows. So we could just use like a, what are those things called? Don't tell me. Not an animation observer, is it? No, it's not it. It's I thought it was like animation observer or something, or shit. Animation frame. Request animation frame. That's what I was looking at. All right. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. What just happened to my music? Test, test, test. Music is not playing anymore. Can you all hear music or no? Just happened. Oh, I know what happened. My phone likes to connect to my headset randomly. Okay, or maybe not. I don't know. Okay. Okay. You can hear it now, right? It's probably really low, maybe. We know if it's too loud, too low. I'll adjust. Yeah. So I think you all were hearing it and I just wasn't, so I thought it stopped for you all too, but then I stopped it. But my headset just disconnected. Okay, so for this Snowfall Symphony, okay, I can hear music now. Cool. So I want to say we'll just use something like this. Where we basically, because we want it to like fall off the page, right? We just want to, every so often, we just want to generate like a random number of when at a random interval, we want to generate a new snowflake and then just have it fall all the way to the bottom. And then I want to say we might be able to like just loop it. Last time I used it, I was working on Melt's navigation menu. And I was trying to animate animate a specific direction based off of an attribute. So I was using this in combination with a mutation observer. So let's go here first and get like a snowflake. It probably should be like an icon, right? An SVG. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bunch of images. I'm not logged into my account over here. Let me I wonder if Phosphor has one actually. Of course they do. They're incredible. Okay. So it's the same thing. Is 5XL just not a thing? My editor's like bugging out. That's seriously 5XL? How? That's 16 pixels. Okay, I just saved my CSS file. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Didn't see you popped in. Well, I saw your message, but I didn't look at the name. How's it going, man? Alrighty. What do I have to do here? Salutations, my good sir. I get it. Is it because of this? Greetings and salutations. Yeah, Mike, they're nice. I mean, they're kind of fun. Some of them are. Just don't watch. What was it? I think it was yesterday's live stream for me. It took me like 3 hours to do this deck of devils. I don't even want to talk about it, honestly. I don't want to talk about that one. Part of it is that, you know, sometimes I just listen to the chat and I just type something in and then I just like instinctively, you know, I'm like, oh, let me just. But also I just kept losing my flow. And I had to once I restarted from scratch, everything was good. I figured it out. Yeah, I use Copilot. Yeah, I use Copilot. But honestly, with Svelte 5, Copilot's kind of stupid, so it doesn't really know context of. Yeah, it hasn't learned Svelte 5 enough yet, I don't think. Yeah, I wouldn't use Copilot for admin of code, but for admin of Svelte, I will. just because there's not like any crazy algorithms. The craziest algorithm we did was like, what day was that? This one, I think, which is just like a sort. Someone called it something. Yeah. Yeah. Well, these are just like some of these challenges. Like, for example, I had never done anything like this before. Where is it? This greetings and salutations one. Like this one where you have a canvas and then, well, where you just can like add stickers. These are the stickers they provide you with. So that's why they're clearly obviously designed for light mode, it looks like. And the background remover did like a bad job, but you can swap these out. But being able to move these around. So this is actually just a div. And then all these are just positioned absolute. And then when I export it though, I turn it into a canvas to like save it as a picture. So when I go to export here, does a little magic and gives me a nice little card. Really? Where is it for work, or were you building something personal? Yeah, this stuff's definitely interesting to me. It's like a whole separate side of like, it's just crazy how drastically different the different sides of like web dev are. And then you add like 3D into the space, and that's like a whole nother thing. Animations is like a thing in and of itself. It's cool. That's why I like doing these, because it forces me to do things I normally wouldn't mess with. But this one, I've done something like this before. I just need to... I know I'm going to want this, I think. Animation frame. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I just couldn't even imagine making something like Excalidraw or TL Draw or one of those draw tools, or hell, even Figma. I mean, Figma, I don't know if they actually use a canvas. I would imagine something like that. Okay, so now, I guess I could, I mean, I want it to start like above the page and just fall down and go away. I feel like it's what I'm trying to do is very simple. So let me just and really this will be like, we could just use maybe like an action for this. And then just have like a snowfall component that renders a bunch of little snowfalls. Or I guess we could also just create the elements. Oh, okay, let's see what this looks like. So I know in the prompt they asked for us to like have ways to customize a bunch of stuff, like quantity of snowflakes, speed, etc., etc. But we're just gonna start out by getting one snowflake. It's gonna be a big snowflake here. Okay. Nice. Here's my snowflake. Now, what I want to do with this, I guess I should have another component called snowflake. This is where we could have the action and stuff, I believe. So first of all, I'm just trying to think if we even need that. If we even need all this, or if we can just programmatically pop these in there, but let's just see this for now. Okay, so I know this is going to be positioned absolute. What I'm thinking is we need to move this to the body. Just to like get out of any stacking context issues. Node or body dot append child node. I think this will move it. I don't think I actually have to. Let me look here. Shit. Yeah, we should have to move. We just, yeah, that's fine. And I want to say our body I don't think that's going to break anything. Okay, so body.pin_child node. Where's this thing going to go? We should probably position it first. So node.style.position is going to be absolute. So in this case here, we probably don't even need this. And for the X, or for the left offset or right offset, whatever, X, this looks like a RAM number between 0 and 1 times the client width plus pixels. So somewhere between 0 and the client width, which would make sense. So the entire width of the container is what this could be. And we're not actually going to, and then the top, we're going to set that to like, not this. I think we should do like -50, something like this. And then I want to animate this bad boy using an animation frame, I think. Or maybe I can just add this. I don't know if I actually need the animation frame. Maybe I do. Oh yeah, because translating it will just, I think it's just gonna send it over there. Okay, so the callback takes in a what? A time? What the hell is this callback? Yeah, high-res timestamp. I don't know how to, I don't remember how to do this, but I'm gonna ignore Copilot's suggestion here and actually just look at this. Okay, so in our case, it's going to be, but I guess does it go down the entire page, or would it go down just outside of view and then disappear? I'd imagine it would just keep going down the page. I'm not sure what that looks like. Let me just, I just want to see like somebody's site. Okay, like this is kind of what I'm thinking about, but I just want to see what happens whenever it gets to the bottom. Can I follow it down the page? Oh no, it stacks up. Some of them. Okay, so they do stop at the like, oh, yeah, whatever. This one also is like negatively correlated with my mouse. Kind of trippy a little bit. Okay, so we have start and done. Start previous timestamp. So start is undefined. Start is equal to this timestamp. amount of time elapsed is whatever the timestamp is minus the start time. And they're doing a transform because they're moving it. Okay, it looks like if it's not done though, they just like call it again. It just calls itself again, it looks like. Oh great, it's vanilla JS, so it's gonna freaking scream at me for not having types. So what it basically looks like is we have a function. I don't know if it has to be called step or not, but I just want to do something with it. Is this thing... What's confusing to me is nothing is returned here. Oh, I think I see what's happening. I see what's happening. So it just keeps moving it by whatever this is. So it keeps moving it by 0.1 pixels per millisecond. So essentially this is all moving it by that 0.1 pixels per millisecond, and then it calls it again, moves it again. So it's like it's just moving until it's done. And then once it iterates 200 times, it looks like we're done. Or if we've had over 2 seconds elapse. Okay, so let me just try to do something with this real quick. So it's going to be a number. Then I guess we should keep a record out here of some other things like start and so I'm at the experiment because it's only being moved 200 pixels, and these snowflakes are being moved quite a bit. I want them to move slow. I don't want them to shoot down. But I guess we should do a similar thing here, where start is undefined, and then get the elapsed amount of time. It's going to do all this for me, but this isn't what I want to do. But we'll I guess we're just removing this thing straight up once we're done, though. So I don't think we... Well, I guess we should probably still do done. That's true. Why not? This is gonna possibly undefined. No? Okay. translate Y by this much pixels. I guess this is probably not the right way to do this, but it's okay. If you're watching this later, make sure you skip ahead first to see if this crashed my PC or not. I guess we'll find out what this does. I have no clue. I think I have an idea, but I think it's gonna either move super slow or like super quick, or it's just gonna like die. I don't know. Okay, that was pretty. Okay. Oh. It'd help if I didn't use the same name as the... Yo, look at this. Ooh, so nice. I don't know who said I can't animate, but just look at this. Beautiful. Now it's definitely too small, but it is smooth. I think 2 seconds is probably a little bit too quick. Maybe, I don't know, 10 seconds. Ah, so close. Maybe I don't want to stop it after that. I just want to stop it. Well, I really don't know if this is like okay or not, but then for our snowfall, we'll have some props. No, Actually, I think my math might be jacked up here. Maybe not though. Like it feels like it's kind of falling a little bit too fast. Maybe not though. Seems like a bit I don't think it's gonna reach the bottom before 15 seconds though. Yeah, see it stopped. So I don't know if I ever want to do that. Let me just see if it actually does get to done first. Okay, cool. So I guess here I could just say if not done. That way it goes until it's done rather than only going for a certain period of time. If I make this, now the node is removed. Now, I don't really know if I should remove it or if I should just like reposition it to the top and then restart this thing. And then set done to false again. So maybe I just do node dot style dot top. So in this case, it would really never be done then. I'm basically just gonna probably gonna create a memory leak or something here, but oh yep, I knew it. Let's fix this real quick before my extreme crashes. Oh, great. 13 of you saw that. All right, hopefully you all were distracted. Okay, I don't want to animate this thing though. Maybe I just need to like how do I have this thing loop? Ah, shit. You saw it. Damn. You know, I always hope that... So this thing's falling. Wait. It's still here. I just don't want this to be part of the animation though, you know? How do I guess I could just... Okay, it goes away. But I want it to come back. Or do I just like manipulate this in another way? Which one are you doing? I'm doing the Snowfall Symphony. What's up, Joan? Welcome to stream. Yeah, but I'm afraid I'm removing a node here, so I don't really know if that's what I want to do. Basically, I just want it to loop. I want it to almost be like it's falling off the bottom of the page, and then it comes back to the top of the page. But then anytime I do any translations or in here, it's like animating the thing. I don't want it to really animate. I guess I can make it go invisible. I guess I can make it invisible and then that sounds so not okay, but hey, if it works, it works. Let's see. Okay, so if done, I don't want to remove it. So if not done, I'm just going to move one of these into their own thing. Well, yeah. So in this case, done would be when you do node.style. Opacity. I need to move this bad boy up. But I just want to like hard set this thing. I don't want it to. Can I just do? I have no clue if it's gonna work. Once it goes to the top, though, I feel like this does not happen in order. I feel like this happens all at the same time, right? So, I have this. This definitely is very unlikely to work. Okay, it's still down there at the bottom. So maybe I do another function to like reset this thing. I'm just gonna, I don't even care how fast this goes. I want it to go like instantly, right? Maybe I do a node style transform. There's just no way this works. The hell is that? Ghost is in here. Closing my doors. If you're done. Shit, I need to. I feel like I just set myself into an infinite loop. Oh, it's stuck. Wait. just not call this again right away and see what happens. Okay, this element somewhere. Not sure exactly where. But it's somewhere. Okay, its opacity set to 0. It's set to 1. It's top -50, so it's off the screen. Yeah, probably. I may need to set the time, reset the time. I'm not too sure, but I will figure it out. Okay, so we now know it's reset. Oh, I see what you're saying. Reset all of these and then call this. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah. So I just need this thing like, yeah, it's something I'm doing here for sure. I mean, it has something to do with these timestamps, but really, I just want this thing to go up back up top. It doesn't have to animate up there, you know. It just has to. I just need to go up there. But then once it's done moving up there, then I want it to start the transition again. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot I'm checking here for undefined. All right, let's see. Maybe that's the winner. Okay, well, it's better than nothing, all right? So it does go back up top now. Does this have to be an animation frame? Like, can I just, in this function here, just reset that node's positioning without having to, see, like, just nothing beats that, you know? Like, just nothing beats that feeling, you know? Of not having any clue what you're doing and just figuring it out. Thanks. I like this shirt as well. It's pretty nice. All right, so we now have our looping thing. Just to clarify here, I think another thing we weren't doing was setting done to false, because basically it just kept, or during that last bit there, when it was spazzed out up top, is because done was still true. So it basically kept trying to reset it. So I don't think that that was a huge ordeal. But I wonder if I even need to do this. Let's just find out. Yeah, I did need to do that. Awesome. Okay. What is this, an SVG? So I guess this will... So in our case, I guess like the speed, like I don't really I will leave that alone for now. They're stuck with our speed for the time being. What is it? I'm not really sure if this is like the if this is the best way to handle the number of snowflakes. I should have a key here, maybe. Okay, maybe I want them to not all start at the same time. This looks kind of dumb. And maybe they should move at different speeds. Okay. Yo, these things are overflowing. Oh, it's no. I guess in that case, okay, how the hell can I do this? Because now they're overflowing things. I'm not sure why they are, though. Damn it, I keep... All right, fine. Oh, it's fine. Okay. So they're obviously way up top. I'm not exactly sure why the... Is there just like a certain amount of pixels you can go up there and it's not going to overflow? Or is it the fact that some of them are going to... Wait, what? Oh. Maybe this is what I should be doing? Okay, that definitely doesn't do what I want it to do. Um, it's you over here. Okay, I think that may solve our problem with the overflowing on the x-axis. It's gonna give me a negative number? I think so, right? Yeah. Okay, why are they all... Okay. Let's go 50 snowflakes. Maybe I make them smaller so they seem less... Okay, that's not good. So, plus no dot client height, maybe? And then this, whoops. Let's see if they all actually fall down. You know, they just stop here. Okay, they're done. Why did all of them stop? Why did they all stop? Does all this need to be happening on one timestamp? Or one animation frame? Okay, gotta fix that. What I don't want to happen though, I don't want it when I don't have a scroll on the page. I don't want it to create one at all. I think that's what I just fixed. Nice, okay. I think client height is going to make it scroll. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I guess, yeah, offset height. Oh. Okay. It's definitely not what I'm trying to do. Wait, did all of this just go out at the same time? Okay. uh Okay, so it's like that behavior is working as I want, but I imagine that I shouldn't be calling this like at the same time with all of these, right? At least that's what I'm imagining. Because why is... My question is, why do they all reset? Like as soon as one of them touches it, is it because these are like the same? No, these things should be like their own instances, right? That's how I can have a button with two different actions, with two different. But I don't know how. This is one of the weird things is like, so this only ever runs on client. So therefore, like when you want to do things like binding an element, like this thing will always be actually, this thing should always have an HTML element as a state before this runs, I think. Oh. Um. No. Anybody have any ideas? Like, why are they all resetting when one resets? As soon as one hits it, it's like boom, they're all done. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so it seems to call reset on all of them. As if... The hell? Maybe I'm just missing something when it comes to animation frames. Can I copy these things? Can I copy one of these? I don't want it just a reference to it. Like this is dangerous, but let's just. I have no clue if this is even like. No, even worse. I guess I could make this. Why is that happening? I'm confused. Anybody got any ideas? Any animation wizards? I guess I can like, how long have I been working on this problem for? I don't know. I can't go back and look. I imagine it's been a minute. So maybe I had time to go look at some examples. Like I think using CSS transit or CSS keyframes and stuff, maybe it's possible, but yeah, it seems like they're just doing CSS here, but I want to be fancy. I guess maybe I can't be. I don't know. Maybe there should only be one animation frame. Let me think here. So maybe it's what we need. Maybe that's the issue. I just don't understand how. I'm stuck on. I'll show you. I mean, it could, again, it could very well just be like a lack of my understanding of how animation frames work. But you can see how when one of these things resets, they all reset. Yeah, arc is nice. Very nice. I like it a lot. It's always these little things. It's always these little nice things. You have to have these nice little animations. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's stopping all of them, or why they're all being reset when one is reset. It's like when I call reset here, as soon as one gets to the bottom, they all reset. Which doesn't make much sense to me. Okay, maybe I don't use like some... I mean, oh wait, that does make sense. Shit should crash maybe, I don't know. Is there like a animation thing I can enable in here? That's what I think, but I mean, I think so. Yeah, like as soon as the first one, they just all reset. Which is interesting because like I'm not even calling. So like when I call, when this reset function is called here, resetting for num. Okay, so they each have their own unique number. As soon as one of them calls reset, they all reset. Which literally doesn't make sense to me. Like part of me just wants to do this. Take this entire thing out of here. Put it inside of this. and then do some like crazy shit, like I don't know. Where's that node created? Add to the DOM. It's just inside the snowflake component. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I just don't know, man. Oh, hold on. I have no clue if this is what the hell I need to do, but let's just see what happens. At this point. Oh. That's not what I need to do. Okay, so this is interesting, right? Like, this is, I guess, a good way to visualize what the hell's going on. So, oh, I kind of did something wrong here. So, maybe... I don't know, guys. I really don't know. I feel like I'm doing something that's overcomplicating this big time. I just want I just want to know why is reset, why does it feel as though Maybe it has something to do with, oh, I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out, everybody. I think I'm just a big dummy. So if we look at what's happening, right? Some of these snowflakes are starting much higher than the other ones, right? So it's not a matter of like they're all literally expiring at the same time because they're all following the same amount of distance. Doesn't matter where they started at, they're all still following the same. They're also following the same amount of distance, which is the document body's offset height minus the node's offset height, right? So what we need to do is we actually have to add. What is that? Let's see here. Last top. Okay. Because I'm such an idiot, man. I can't believe I spent so much time on this. Okay, maybe not. Okay, some of them are falling early. Whoops, minus last top. I think. No. Okay. Still some little bugs, a little bit of bugs. Keeps overflowing a bit, but it is working. God, I'm an idiot for that. Oh my gosh. It's like one of those things where I just want to like... So to summarize, what we were doing was we were randomly giving it, like when we reset it, we're randomly setting it, like we're randomly setting a top. Like, or how far up it should be, right? How far outside of the top it should start from before it falls. That way they kind of fall at different speeds or different whatever. Well, the reason it didn't work the first time is because this needs to be like up here. And so what was happening was, it wasn't a matter of us, like all of them being shut down. It was, they were all shutting down at the same time because we were using the same falling distance for all of them. and the same time interval or the same speed. So they were all falling at the same speed for the same distance, even though we can only see some of them for part of the time. They all stopped at the same time, which made it seem like it was like resetting all of them when it reset one. But really, it's because we weren't factoring in how far it started up above the body or above what we can see into the equation for when it's finished or when it should reset itself. So I feel kind of stupid, but it happens. So now what I can do is I can, hello? Okay, paste all this back into this action. Move this back into the snowflake because now they should fall. I might have to adjust it a little bit because I saw it was overflowing. Yeah, you see how the scroll bar's like momentarily popping up there? So we could either like not allow overflow on the body, or just oh, whoops. Wait, why is it still shifting my layout? Okay, it's still doing it from time to time. Not exactly sure why. Erg. What is going on? Okay. I know it's one of these. I'm just not sure why, like, maybe they're starting too high. Ah. I'm curious if it's because the ones that are starting at the top are too high and these are too low, or if it's just the fact that this is just going down too low. Okay, so it seems like that's the cause of it. Okay, so this seems to be fine, but it's, oh no, it's not fine. Hmm. I've been staring at snowfall for like, feels like 3 hours. Why is that happening? I mean, is it because I'm going up too high? Yeah, they would. Honestly, they would. I was looking at that earlier. But since I started out with this, I'm kind of have a vendetta now, you know? Okay. Why are some of you going all the way down here? And now it's just me just trying to be now I'm just trying to learn something. Usually with me, pain is the best way to retain something, you know? And like I could solve this issue, but like by just preventing overflow in the body, but I feel like I shouldn't have to because these things shouldn't be overflowing the body. I mean, like here, they're all fine, right? It's something with my math is jacked up. It's like causing it to slightly nick into overflow land. Like this. Thing is though, it should be able to like go all the way. Okay, that was weird. See, that one just had a scroll bar, and so I'm wondering if when they go up to the top, they can end up creating a scroll bar as well. I didn't think. I don't think this has anything to do with it, but maybe it does. No, it doesn't. Oh, I mean, it seems to only happen though when I resize the body. Obviously. I was just looking for that and I couldn't find it. I probably have to like turn it on. It's probably hidden or something. Let me see here. So yeah, I honestly, I think what it is though is just me and not running the right calculation on these when it should stop. It's just my math probably messed up. We're at this point, like it's stopping so early. If I adjust this to like client height, maybe scroll height, I don't know. I need to speed this up. Why I'm going so slow here. Okay, so it's like occasionally. Oh. Last top is a negative number. Sheesh, man. Why am I idiots today? Oh, I forgot basic math. Minus times minus is what? A positive. Or minus plus, or yeah, minus minus. So now this should be like perfect, I think. Without needing that extra 50 that I put there, like a buffer. Okay. But okay, but those shouldn't fall that soon. Yeah, something is jacked up, but I mean, maybe I don't even need that though. Actually, I do. Actually, yeah. Okay. Swear it should be offset height. No. Maybe. God. All right, after this little last couple experiments here, I'm gonna head off. It's been a long eve. And I cannot get this thing to stop freaking out. They should be able to go all the way to the bottom in my eyes. Like, how much more does it need? Okay, something weird's happening then. So it has something to do with, I think, them getting shifted up or something. Because it doesn't seem like it's overflowing the bottom. Okay, so rather than doing it, I guess we could just do I can see them up there because they're not invisible. Okay. Seems to be better. Now let's see if we can actually get closer to the bottom. Ah. Okay. This is okay. This is good enough, I think, for me. So now let's just test this out again. Let's just do snowfall. Num snowflakes equals 300. Okay, those are way too close in time distribution there. So maybe we should do like a 10-second window of random falls. Kind of looks jarring how it cuts out like that. So maybe I actually make this an animation frame. And then turn this like this. Oh, I would actually have to animate it. I wonder if that's even necessary though. Let's see. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is there. What's my VS Code theme? It is GitHub Dark. I think. Yeah, it's GitHub Dark. Okay, I kind of don't like how they all fall at the same speed. But it is doing its thing now. And maybe we do another. Okay, that's definitely not what I need to do. On the reset. Oops. I think is when I would want to do this. Maybe. Gotta be the worst snowfall simulator I've ever seen in my life. So jagged and rough around the edges, you know. So let's kick that back because it's giving me a headache from 300 to like, I don't know, 35. And let's make our snowflakes a little bit smaller. Maybe we'll just get them like size 4. I need to go too crazy with it, right? And what did I want to do? I wanted to adjust the speed. Whoops. Let's just do math.random and see what happens. That looks stupid. Really stupid. Appreciate Svelte. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. My coding diary. I'm about to quit for the night. Getting a headache looking at this snow. But I think I learned some things about animation frames. More specifically, what not to do. But it's been fun. This thing was a little bit more fun. And of course, this was a bit fun as well. Yeah, if any of y'all want to check out the code, the site should be live at aos23.hunterbyte.com. And then if y'all are interested in seeing the code stuff. All right, guys. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all breaking out. Yeah, Cal. I think I have like an 11-hour stream on my channel. So, yeah. Hey, appreciate you guys. Antonio, good to see you, man. Cal, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate it. I won't stream again until probably next week because I'm going out of town for the holidays. Hope everybody has happy holidays. See you guys.